Welcome to the channel, guys. This is Reliable Ready. Just getting everything set up briefly, and then we will get into some live trading. You guys know I'm not a licensed financial advisor, just sharing my opinion and trying to give some entertainment. I'm not going to go into the spiel today. I am going to kind of refer to yesterday a little bit, though. I was a little disappointed in myself. It was a very green day. Uh, tough to be mad about yesterday. I just was mad that I didn't pull the trigger on the setups that I liked. So, I put about 2.5 hours before I went to bed last night, just kind of mapped out some names that I wanted to watch. And I marked 8 names, and we're sitting in a few of them. So first one, Roblox here. I just felt, it's kind of, everything's been breaking the downtrends. You're getting a fresh positive break, holding some levels, it gaps up. I was trying to get the gap fill, wasn't able to, and trying to run to the high side there. We'll just go through them. This was one that I was watching. It gapped down kind of in this channel range. So we have this uptrend marked, and I think it's possible that looking at the 15-minute that this could be a potential trade. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to keep looking around. Tried the channel on EDR. This one we're a little red in the money, but we think that this uptrend has something there. So if it does, we're okay holding it against us a little bit. STNE, sitting in the money a little bit. Got a fill at these 27s and also at 25s. But I like how this one just has this nice little flat top. It broke it and it's holding it right now. If this can eventually take out, 13 halves, that is what we're looking for. DLO, this is an interesting one. We did take a small entry on this, nothing crazy, but just this green volume that's been coming in. If this wants to show more continuation, I think it's possible that we can run this and make a little money on it. And which one am I trying to get here? HLF, Herbalife, that's right. This one just kind of sitting flat as well. We took a fill in the middle of this green candle around 45s. But we think that this can hold this sort of uptrend build that it has right there. I wicked into it. That's the only reason why I kind of tried it right there. So other than that, that is what we're looking at. And I think Roblox has our best entries, and can it break this downtrend? So just how long it's been taking to kind of break this downtrend. I think I'd be crazy not to at least respect this little area right here. So we're going to take a small piece off and start running the register. We already have 2 fills on this up into this range. So I mean, might as well keep respecting it, but that one looks pretty good for a breakout. And looking more so at the daily chart for Roblox, you can see this downtrend is that third point of contact, has a nice wedge pattern. Everything's been breaking out, so if this would get over 43s, that's the entry that we're looking for right here. Would have been nice yesterday to maybe take this neckline break and attempt to hold it, but that is what we're looking at there. So got a little bit more action for you guys today. Rig is also another name that we are sitting on an entry on, but not today. This is one that we took 2 days ago. Had some trims yesterday. My best print was a 27, high day 630. This one just kind of a strength play. We've already told ourselves that, hey, we might have to, what the heck? There. Is this one going to be able to hold? I think one of the more interesting ones is this Endeavor group. This is the one that I kind of went against the, just merely off of this uptrend right here. Is this uptrend going to hold? And looking at the daily, you can see still a weak name, but is this going to turn into something? It's a lot stronger of an uptrend around those 25s. So that's what we're looking at right there. Herbalife still kind of just hovering this area right now. This one might have to pull in for it to give us something. Let's go back to that Roblox trade. So now that we have this candle closed, you can see this setup is actually very good. So I mean, we're gonna try to let this break out the best that we can and go from there. Fastenal was a notably strong name today, taking out the highs. It's had this sort of cone build, and for it to nice breakout of that cone looks very, very good. You guys can see that cone action goes way further than what I'm even stating right there. So this is normally a sign of, hey, we're looking for a trend break in one way or the other, and this is early signs of it in my opinion. So nice little breakout on Fastenal. One that I was keeping an eye on was this charge point. It was holding strength, one of those clown stocks with a lot of dilution. Those have been running, but is it able to get up to that downtrend is what we're looking for. Geo Group trying to hold this sort of uptrend. I like this uptrend that it has, so we're going to try not to paper hand this trade. But we like the way that that is setting up. So we are going to try this right here. We're going to market order and then put a limit order in for this name. Close at 61s. Add an alert underneath the lows and we'll see if that has any weight to it. So that is kind of what we wanted to see to start right there. Holding those highs temporarily. Is this going to be able to give me some sort of churn? Is the uptrend supposed to be more so like that? RBLX, still sitting inside of this channel, but we like this candle that's coming in right here, and we feel pretty good about this name. Should hold pretty good support down the 41s. You know, we could even add more size to it if we wanted. We got a few trims on the name. Herbalife. slower mover, so we're able to kind of play multiple plays. This is actually kind of a short setup right there. You get a fresh negative break. This one gives up the channel. We are not going to be interested. What else do we got for alerts? Let's add an alert there. This one looks pretty good. I'm okay just sitting on the position that I have with it. I think it looks fairly good. Let's go back to that stone play. And yeah, sitting decent. So we had a good ad right there. I think this can pan out and maybe give some sort of move to the north side. And RBLX giving a breakout right now. I would call it a breakout. I mean, it looks like a breakout. And let's just take another piece off right here just in case this wants to pull back in aggressively. But very nice move. So just taking small piece off. And we'll over 50 cents in the money on that. So we like the position we got right there. And let's see if that can have some further upside. Everything's been running, so we're just going to let that one run. We're barely even going to look back to it. Got some good action right there, so got a little bit more market, but we think that this uptrend can actually give us something a little bit more. You can see the uptrend we're kind of looking at right here, where if this is some sort of channel, then we have some outs up here, previous lows. Just mark the previous lows. You see that right there? But the volume has been, I mean, we can let this one go. Look at all this green volume that's come into this. If this pulled back, this is if we ended up getting stopped out for whatever reason, down into like this 12 flat area. Looks very good. So keeping our eyes on that. PayPal catching a bid. That's all right. This is why you kind of this is one of those names we're dipped into a little bit too against strength, and yeah, we're gonna go from there. So let's look back at you. This was one of the other ones I wrote down, just never pulled the trigger. But looking at the daily, this is the level you would want to see hold. It's just the strength is not there. Is it something like this? Maybe. It's possible. Let's go take a look back at Roblox. It's just ripping. That is what we want to see. Beautiful, beautiful. We knew we liked this setup going in. We wanted it to come down and fill this gap. I wish I told you I had an order off of this top right here. All I did was mark this top. Look at this wick. Almost wick low had we had the order off, and it gets to 75. So had we just went off the whole $0.25, those would have been the best shares that we got. But we did get a little bit bought in the middle of this wick right here, giving us the breakout that we want. So Roblox, we're gonna let that run as high as that wants to go. So yeah, feeling really good about that one. So now let's see. HLF, we are sitting decent on this Herbalife play. We think that this uptrend could be something. Obviously, there's multiple different ways that you can put that, but even if that little uptrend gives up, this is the uptrend that looks really good. But you can see how this nice little early signs of a W pattern, if this is a neckline break, this is still the early entry, in my opinion. Now, looking back over to the daily, it is a weak name, so obviously this could easily just turn against you. You have previous lows that you're rejecting, and now you've kind of double topped into it. Is it going to give you that full green engulfing candle where anyone short off these two wicks right here, if we get a price action to the upside, they are going to be out of the money, and that is what we're looking for. So a little bit of an early entry, but more specifically on that way up when it rejects it, it had that gap right there. Let's mark that. You can see on this day we wick it on the money. So I like that one, the way that that one's looking. And SFM Farmers Sprouts is going against us. It's a smaller position, but we are here at this uptrend. Are we going to pull the trigger on this uptrend? And then if we do, we're probably going to stop loss it, give it 20 cents from this area. So I mean, the uptrends have been working, and I kicked myself in the foot all yesterday for not pulling the triggers on setups and retest the previous highs, retest the trend lines. You can see this nice flat top right here, which is what it tested yesterday, and it was full red engulfing candle. Looks terrible, and it respects the uptrend. I mean, why not give it a go? So let's go ahead and try it. We're gonna go ahead right. Is there a different way to set this uptrend? This looks about as identical as you can get. So let's go ahead and do it. And we're gonna put an alert on this one just in case this one gets under like 32s. We still think that some buying can come in right here. Not the best look, but can this uptrend hold? Let's just go ahead and put the stop out right away. We're gonna stop this name, and we're gonna truly stop this. We're gonna give it like 32.22s. That's below these previous highs, below these wicks right here. Let's go 34.20. We're not gonna be a hard ass about 2 cents. So a little bit of a risk there, but we think that that can work out for us. Let's go back to this Roblox trade and make sure. Oh my God, we gotta go get a piece off. Talk about breaking out. That is what we were looking for. So let's get another piece off, and let's let this one run. We do think we're early to the party on this, but look at this volume that's coming in. I would be shocked if this was a high. So we did get another piece off there on Roblox, and we were flirting with this breakout price. This is kind of what I was trying to get an early entry for that early break, but then also these downtrends, they have had no chance. Every one of these downtrend setups over the last week have just gotten slaughtered. So we said, hey, we're in this downtrend. How many people are going to be waiting for it right here as soon as we break it? Well, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at that 15-minute chart. It rejects it, rejects it, rejects it. As soon as we took this out, look at that volume. Yes, that's what we want to see right there. STNE still holding this level. We think that this is potentially some sort of early entry. Is there a downtrend that is supposed to be set in sort of like that? Maybe. But nice uptrend that this has been holding. I'm sure there's multiple ways that you can put this uptrend. Even dating back over here, maybe that is more so how it's supposed to be set. But let's just clear that chart and look at the daily. This one's just been a strong name, so we're buying this name for strength. Is it going to be able to hold this right here? You know, I'm really not sure. But if it does, I think it's going to be a nice winner for us. You can see the ascending channel now that I go to the daily chart. You can see it look sort of like that. But if this wants to catch a bid, we got to gap fill up at 1450. You know, if it goes against us, this is where we see it going to these flat tops. Reject, 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 reject. Kind of reject, try the hold. Now we actually do hold these 12. So that 12 range right there looks pretty good. Let's go back and take a look at SMF. And this is why we like the Sprouts play. I mean, this is the wick low from yesterday, so maybe we could give it a few more pennies, but this has been a pretty strong uptrend that it's had. Where is this the fully of the move? Do we need to pull back in before we make a bigger move? But if this is some sort of bull flag continuation, here's your previous highs that we have marked, and this is what we want to see hold. So is that going to pan out? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. So let's go over back to Endeavor Group, and still just holding these 22s right here. Kind of a bear flag. This is not the setup that we want to see. This is Friday's candle, so intraday gaps down, fills the gap at least. Thank goodness it filled the gap on the way down. But if this uptrend wants to hold, you know, maybe it needs to pull back to, you can see the hierarchy of the uptrend. Oh, it's been trading sideways for a long time, so a lot of support built in around this range, but we are kind of below it. You can see all these flat tops over here. Is this what's going to be able to hold? And I can see 2250 is on the tape right now, so this is not a half bad setup. Let's go back to Roblox. And Roblox is this is what I was saying. I did not want to cut too much of this position. Look at this move. What? No, that'd be crazy not to go over and take a piece off. Why not? Why not? So let's go take another piece off. We now have 25% of the position off and riding the rest for any higher moves. If it wants to keep going, by all means, let it keep going. Honestly, going into the day, Roblox was the main name that I wanted. And for it not to have come down to that gap fill, man, we would have had so much more size on this name if it came down to this 4065. Oh, it's not even funny. But we already had identified the outs that this is potential for, and that's what we're looking for. If we can get continuation throughout that name, we are going to be sitting pretty good. Let's go back to Stone. Stony giving a nice curl. This is what we wanted to see. Why'd we have the alert there? Look at this flat top buys. All we said to ourselves is, hey, this has been holding a pretty good uptrend. You can see the channel. Nice wick comes into that. You break the highs. This is what you were rejecting. Retest and just hold. Trade sideways. And now can this give us a move higher? Where I'd say this breakout is probably around a 1343. So that is what we want to see right there. And Herbalife, we should go take a look at Herbalife. You know, kind of curling in, so we can add to this name if we think this has any weight to it. But of the uptrends I've talked about, I'd say this one is the most consistent that has been respected. And, you know, that folded into like a 1225 previous highs. So not the most size on this name yet, but definitely keeping it on watch. DLO, this one, look at those shares bought, guys. All we did, we have an order off of 60s for this gap fill, and it's not going to give it to us, but we are just going to go take that order off. We did get a little bit more size added to it, so yep, just a little bit more size added to it. So let's go ahead and cancel these 60s, and we can start maybe getting ready to print on this name if it wants to give us a nice green candle through like 1280s and test up to these highs, which is 1286. It doesn't sound like much, but this one is clearly a slower mover. We want to hold the piece for a bigger move. Obviously, these previous lows down here is what we think we can get a move up to, but top end of the channel, slower mover, but ringing the register is the most important part. So Roblox, nice move on Roblox. And Stoney's moving. EDR is moving. Herbalife and Sprouts. This one's really not catching much of a bid off of this uptrend, but we're not giving up on it yet. We think that this name has potential, and really not too much volume has come into it. You know what I mentioned that I spent a good deal of time last night. I was pretty disappointed in myself yesterday for not pulling the trigger on setups that I liked. And, you know, I'm not going to go in the depths of them because obviously I have a very large watch list. But I was a little disappointed in myself, even though that yesterday was a day that could have been celebrated because the longs were good all day. All day long, the longs were good. All you had to do was find the plays, and these setups were there. So, the funny part about the time that I put in last night before I went to bed is that I was only about half done. with the potential plays I was looking at. And I came down to these 8 tickers, and the only one that I haven't really looked at was you. And this one, I think we have a lot more time left with, if we can get this down here. This is a pretty solid uptrend, but this level could also hold to the middle of this green move with increased volume. Not the biggest dividend, but not the best looking company either, but it does have some growth, about 40% growth projection. But other than this, I mean, I still had about 2.5 hours left, and finally the dog nudged me enough to go to bed. And then HLT was the other one. We said, hey, this was a pretty nice uptrend that it was holding. Is it this wedge pattern going to give you a breakout? So we're not really giving up on this one just yet either. And you can see the nice volume, a little bit of red. But that was the last candle of the day. Gaps up, fills the gap, and now can it hold these levels? So let's actually go put in a word on this name. And since everything else has pretty much been working, let's get rid of that Unity one. I don't think that one's coming back in. But I mean, we got the positions that we want here, fellas. So I'm very proud that I've got some entries that we can work with, and let's see if we can get some further moves to the upside. We did have what was it? Hold on. This is one that I think is very interesting. And what's interesting about it is this gap seems pretty easy to run to, but the wedge pattern is definitely juicy. Let's just try a starter position on this name. We're just gonna go 1 share and see if this has any weight to it whatsoever. We're looking to average into that one. MBot, TMC, man, TMC, we were talking about that one. Literally testing the tops right there. We were talking about it. Some of these moves in the market have just been absolutely insane. Roblox continuing to the upside. That's what we're looking for. Interesting little setup there. This is the opening candles pulled in, kind of resting those tops right there. Building a flat top at 580. That's what we rejected. Soundhound, it's been going crazy. Lucid, imagine just holding that one right off the uptrend. DLO flirted with that break a little bit. Sprouts doesn't look like it's gonna be the greatest. Let's go check out STNE. STNE, not looking the greatest, but it's still kind of just in the middle. Is it gonna be able to hold these highs? Can we get the move through 50s is what we're looking for. And the EDR Endeavor Group, you can see it kind of rejecting the level, but holding the uptrend is what we're focused on. Unity, we were looking for the retest back. We had nowhere right here. We were looking for a retest back. Never got it. Man, I miss Unity like 20 different times. I can't believe I don't have an entry on Unity. Invex, still just kind of holding this level. You can see the uptrend building the flat top, kind of call it this previous low. Can it get through that? It's got a nice U shape trying to build. Until it continues to reject into that level, but holding above the gap up. Roadblocks wicking, so glad that we got a little piece off right there. This one's about to alert us. Hilton Worldwide. Go take a look at rig. Rig kind of coming in to the uptrend. Got the flat top. Is it an uptrend? I don't know. HLT alerting for now. 4080. Can this pull back in? Stony trying to hold the level. HLT caught a small bit off of that. HLF wicking into the level. Could try a little bit off of this trend line if we wanted to. It's holding it for now. Roblox came all the ways in the 42s, so let's go take a look at those prints that we had on that. I feel we had prints over 42s twice. Yeah, 4207 and a 4252. So we can reload a little bit if this wants to come back in. We are all for that. We actually might even add more size. Now that we've kind of seen the move, really large red increased volume right there, but flirting kind of with the true, more ideal breakout level is what we were looking for there. I don't like the curl action right there, but I do think the play has potential. Let's go take a look at Stony. Stony kind of wicking into this level still. Is it going to be able to curl up, making a breakout price this more 1330? sprouts right off the uptrend. Let's go take a look at EDR. Still trying to hold this uptrend. Is this going to pan out for us or not? Hey puppy, what is it? What is it, puppy? Stony. Not the one I wanted to see trigger, but that is where the flat top is at. Roblox still holding the level here. EDR is still holding that trend line right there. We'll re-add that alert. We're looking at this. Tested the flat top, kind of right there. The only part that I really don't like about this trade is that this flat bottom right there is gonna be pretty tough to break, in my opinion. An alert. DLO looks like the nice hold for it. Charge point, nice frowny face. Does that need to pull back in to mark these lows like at 870? I don't think you'd want it to. Mr. Kramer, how you doing? ASAN is a good one. ASAN. I do like the breakout level that's kind of at, probably a pullback area. Only part that I don't like about it is that gap right there. Filled that gap, and it's already leaving that wick into it, so it doesn't need to pull back in to retest this flat top around a 25 flat. So it's a whole flat level. Ripley, what are you doing? I do like this nice green volume, wick, nice slow consolidation pattern. It looks pretty good. We will keep this one on watch. I'll add that one to the watch list. Up 3% on the day. We got a lot on our plate at the moment, and I think Roblox is probably the one. We got our entry on Roblox. We got a couple trims. We were trying to get this gaps up, try to retrace down the gap. I didn't even get my fill off of this previous high that we marked, but we got an entry right around 41s and then an entry around 4090s and a couple trims. So if this thing were to pull back into like 4160, we were going to reload. But I mean, we got a lot that are just playing with trend lines. So I told myself I wanted to try to pull some triggers. And if that trend line wants to hold, still a weak name, but we think that this could be a potential flat top build for right there. Farmers, or Sprouts Farmers Market, kind of the same story where you have an uptrend build right here. Is this a potential neckline break? But what we like about this is more so the daily. Just kind of tried it in here in case this is like a bull flag day 2 and then this ends up giving a curl and testing through these lows. But we did break this downtrend there as well. DLO is another one that's kind of working in the money for us a little bit, but a lot of green volume that's come into this. Uh, is it going to be able to take out these highs, which meets in with this flat bottom break, give or take? You can probably mark that wick low right there, and then mark over top of these highs. So that is kind of what we're looking at right there. And then Herbalife. We tried Herbalife a little bit. We're actually on the bid for a few shares into 35s, but same story. Kind of a trend line sort of try to buy. But looking at Herbalife, still early entries. We are anticipating that this is probably some sort of wedge pattern, give or take. And if this can curl up, we're looking for it to, since it wicked into that gap right there, double tops, can it give a breakout at like a 1275? So that's what we're looking at there. And then Hilton looks like one that could be a dud, but we do have a fill in the middle of this candle, and we'll see if that can give us anything. So pulling back in, I said to myself, if I wanted to pull the trigger on some, it's kind of that wick top right there. The other potential is that you have some sort of ascending channel. That could also be the case. So which way is it going to be? But kind of giving up that trend line right now. Could wick into it. We could just buy it and stop it. It's about 20 cents of risk right here. Let's see how close we can get to 50s. We can maybe try it at 50s. But other than that, we do have quite a bit on our plate today. And Roblox is one I'm probably most excited for. As you can see, the uptrend, the nice wedge, the double top breakout level. You got the gap to run to, and the breakout level above that. The daily chart says it a lot better. Positive break on strength, breaking the downtrend. Here's your breakout level. Nice green candle going up to it. I like the way Roblox is looking. This one, the closer to 2550, the better it could be though. It's a nice setup there, I'm not gonna lie. Still holding that uptrend there. Oh, I forgot about STNE. STNE's still holding this level. I know that probably looks like crap right there, but STNE has been holding this level. It's right at this flat top right here, and it's wicking into it. And now it's actually catching a bid right there. And I said to myself when it pulled back into this flat top again that, hey, this could end up being like a 1330 break. It's not a fast mover, but one that could work for you if you got the right entry. And now HLT starting to turn into a green candle, so we like that. And DLO, let's take a look back at that. DLO still kind of trading in this range, but we are in the green on it, and now it's actually trying to take out the highs. So that's everything that we're looking at. Kramer, if I'm being honest with it just being you here, maybe there's someone else here. I was disappointed in myself yesterday. I had so many setups that passed what I was looking for, and I didn't pull the trigger on hardly any of them. Hardly any of them I pulled the trigger on. And so I actually spent about 2.5 hours before I went to bed just disgusted at myself, and when I was trying to look for just certain plays, and I came down to 8 tickers, and I was only about half done with my research, if I'm being honest. I had another 55 tickers to look through, and the dog finally got me to go to bed, but that was yesterday. And this is kind of what we came down to. A lot of trend line plays, a lot of flirting in the middle of this strength area. See how we're really close to that middle ground. And we're trying to find early entries for stuff that we can hold into even next week potentially. So that's what we were looking for. And I'd say Roblox is probably the one that I'm going to be most excited for. The only thing that I'm going to be disgusted with is that it didn't pull down to this gap where we would have gotten a lot more size on this name. But, it is what it is. I mean, you can't really do anything about it. And now this ASAN is into this 2550, but this is kind of what I was worried about, is a nice red candle into this. All it would take is for this to give this low up, and that's the only thing that's really scary about this, is that it might have to just pull back into like 25 flat, the 25 gap right there, before it could actually mean something. But we'll try it, and we'll just put a stop in for it and see if these 50s can hold. But this one's a tough one. Alright, we'll try it, and we're just going to put this stop in at 40s right away. ASAN. We'll even give it 2 extra pennies. 25, 38. Stop, and that's what we're going to try. If that can start working for us, we'll probably trim into the middle of this red candle if it works for us. So a few pennies in the money. Let's see where that fill actually came in at. We got 52s. Whether that's going to hold for us or not, we're going to find out. So we got 52s. We're giving it 14 cents to the downside, and we'll see if that can hold. Let's go back to Roblox real quick. Nice looking bull flag right here. It's already given the sort of cone formation. Now, which way can it break out? Let's keep looking around. EDR still holding the trend line there. DLO is trying to kind of give that break already, so that is what we want to see. Sitting pretty good. We got some good entries on that name. We actually have our best print as a 1265, I think it was, and we were on the bid for this gap right there. And nice action on DLO. We think this is one that could actually just rip up into like over 13s. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's take a look back at STNE. STNE sitting in the money. We're sitting all right with STNE. It's got a nice sideways action. Can this give us a green candle through like 1350s is what we're going to be looking for there. What else? Hilton. Let's go take a look at the Hilton. So this one's actually, we got a couple decent fills on this name now. Held the level very nicely. ASAN, let's take a look back. So it's still kind of holding. Is it going to be able to hold without breaking down? But I will say, if it pulled down into like 25s, is there something else that we can see here? Kind of a parabolic move. Not a half bad look. I can see the setup that you're looking for there. I mean, we tried it with not very much size, but I do think that these 2550s can hold, and it's probably a reasonable play. Uh, Kind of an indecision candle there. The only part is that when this goes red engulfing right there, that increased volume. So is there going to be people looking to enter in short in the middle of this for a breakdown to the gap? But 50s are holding for right now. Let's take a look back at Roblox. Still just a nice sideways chop action. We need more information there. Herbalife working for us a little bit. So we did get some nice ads on Herbalife. We can probably go take those 35s off. Let's see if we still got that order in. And we do. So let's just go ahead and take that order off. Do I want to take the order off? It is kind of right at a flat top. But the more it just trades like that, if it got down to 35, does it look like a short? Let's take it off and we'll just hold the position and see how that works for us. Endeavor group, we're looking for something to try and get through 2250s, but the reason why we really like this name is if we look at the daily, it has a lot of support. A lot of support built in right here potentially. If it can just hold, this uptrend is pretty legit. And so we could actually give this truly down to 22s. We can even add more size on this if we needed to. But I think that is a pretty decent setup, to say so the least. And DLO, the buyers have just had full control of this name. A lot more green volume than red volume. Some notables. We can go take a look at some that we're still holding, like Intel. Intel, we don't want to get rid of the strong name here. If Intel wants to run up to like close to 40, we got to make sure that we got a piece of that. So we cut down a little bit on the trimming of Intel, but I mean, guys, this was clear as day. A descending channel breaks the channel. When it breaks that channel, phew, retest of the channel. Man, these were some really good entries on that name right there. Let's go back to STNE. Now just holding this level. So this is kind of what I want to see. We could try to start trimming like 2570s and reload this 50 area if we wanted to. Let's go to the STNE. STNE trying 1330s. STNE is trying. Is it gonna have the weight to hold something like that? I don't know. It's tough to say. We can go take a look back at Rig. Rig's still holding the 1616 negative break, but we do have maybe an uptrend that can hold right here and these previous highs, so we're okay. We had a couple outs on this name yesterday, so we're just keeping that one on watch. But it did fill that gap. That's what the main thing that we wanted to see, is fill the gap. But looking at the daily, you can kind of see what we're trying to hold right here, and that's right in this area. Does it need to pull back down to like this gap fill and trend line at 890, give or take? Maybe, just maybe. Let's go take a look at Sprouts. Sprouts is still just holding this level. I do think that this name has some potential. If this trend line can hold, gives you a neckline break at 35 flat, can maybe give you a test of this flat bottom and even higher if you got lucky enough. And now we're right back down into 50s right here. So this is a little bit of what I was worried with. This red engulfing into this level is a little bit scary. It honestly might just need to pull back in to like 2517, 2505s before it gives you a notable move. But 2550s, here we're at, and let's see if this can hold. Now, just because it would get under 2550 temporarily doesn't mean that it would be over. DLO is really giving a nice move higher right there. STNE kind of rejecting 30s at the moment. Let's go take a look at Hilton. Hilton still kind of a little chop. Can it just hold sideways and give me this positive break where we can run this up to the gap? That's what we're looking for there. But really nice uptrend on this name. Really nice uptrend on this name. If this is where it wants to happen, this bull flag could be the catalyst for a move higher. HLF, Herbalife, this uptrend has been pretty strong too, honestly. Pretty solid uptrend. Let's look at some top movers on the day. MNK is the top mover. Doesn't look the greatest. MBOT, we almost tried MBOT yesterday at this breakout, and had we'd be sitting beautiful. I mean, a notable one that I was calling out forever was G-sit. Given a pullback candle today, I would be shocked if this move was over. I mean, this uptrend has been legit. 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 And now it's trying to rest on top. Man, that one, and Invax is the other one. This one's kind of giving up the ghost, but we are going to be there if it pulls into like 80s. We are going to be there. Ford, I wish I could tell you I trimmed over 50s, just didn't. Let's go take a look back at Stony. Stony still putting in that green candle now. HLT holding above 41s, that's what we want to see. DLO 92s. When do we want to start printing on this name? When do we want to start trimming it? We had some really good fills on it. Fastenal testing out to 57s. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Kind of breaking this cone that it had, respecting each side. Fastenal with a nice looking move. We should look back at roadblocks. Roadblocks, okay, so we have a couple trims. We said if this name pulled back into like 60s, well now maybe even 70s, we can think about reloading a couple shares on it. Big Stony giving the move through 30s. How's that? Neckline break is looking very good there. I'm glad we respected these tops. Not once, not twice, but 3 times we respected the tops on Stony, and Stony is giving us a nice little move. Nothing to brag about, only 10 pennies in the money, but nice percent. And I think that this name is potentially early entries as well. I wouldn't say early entries. The true entry was this positive break over here. So just playing this name for strength. If it can hold this channel, we think that we can get it up to in the 14s maybe. What else we got? Herbalife. We should keep an eye on this one because we're not 100% sold on the fact that Herbalife, a little bit weaker of a name. Endeavor Group. Oh boy, we might have something here with Endeavor Group. Look at that candle that's coming in on Endeavor. Nice uptrend. You want to talk about an uptrend hold right there? Boom. We bought this in the middle of this red candle. Where's the entry? Where is the entry? Now, obviously, that could still go against us, but we got 42s. So in the middle of this red candle, we said to ourselves, hey, it's right at the uptrend. Let's try it. Just because we're 9 pennies in the money doesn't mean that's anything to celebrate just yet. But if this level does hold, where could we be selling this name? Man, we could easily be selling this name a couple dollars in the money if we wanted to. If we were lucky, it gives us even a higher break through like 27s. Maybe, just maybe. But that is a nice looking uptrend. Look back at Roblox, now trying to hold 42s. You can see it wicking into the bottom of this kind of cone formation. That cone formation looks like shit. Definitely not something like that. Let's start with something like that and see if that has any legitimacy to it or not. Looking for a pullback maybe closer into like these 70s. ASNA, did that hold? Nope, we got stopped out. Unfortunate. Could have had a tighter stop on this name. But you know that's sometimes the candle just tells you. And when you match the candle up to the volume, this was the one thing that I said, is that it had increasing red volume right there. And you know, 50s held temporarily, but how many people are looking to kind of exit in the middle of that? So this candle does get up to 64s is the high that it gets up to. And Stony, look at Stony giving us a move. 1340s and going. Stony, On a move, let's go STNE. So nothing crazy in the money. 1.5% in the money, give or take. But we like the way STNE is looking. And let's take a look back at Hilton. 141's held very well. So that is what we were looking to see. Endeavor 52s, trying to hold 50s. Can we get back over 50s? Does it need to come back to the trend line? Maybe. Just maybe. RBLX. Wicking below. Wick low on that candle is 87s. 87s wick low. If it wants to come back down even a little bit lower, we're okay with it. If it wants to break out, we're okay with that too. Other than that, this is all we've really been keeping an eye on. When you look back at DLO giving us a nice move through 90s. That's what we're talking about right there. DLO, nice move through 90s. Let's take a look back at charge point because we said, hey, we said 70s, and here we are. Is this some sort of descending channel? Give or take something like that. Is there any sort of uptrend that we can buy? This is one of the last clown stocks that really hasn't given that just crazy move yet. I would say this is more so the downtrend that you could potentially run this up to. But this is kind of the last clown stocks that really hasn't. Obviously, there's more clown stocks out there that haven't moved yet, but I would say this is a clown stock. High dilution, quarter after quarter, unprofitable, trash. My opinion, of course, but I call those companies clown stocks. Whether they're clown stocks or not, I don't know. RBLX, we do want to keep our eyes on this. Holding above 42s. We have our plate full today. And U was another one that we said, hey, this was a pretty solid uptrend. Is this early signs for a potential breakdown? We said that these downtrends have just been getting clobbered. You know, maybe, just maybe. It's wicking into that level. We go to a 15-minute chart. This candle is kind of turning green. You can see the descending channel look right here. Let's take a look back at STNE. STNE, oh my gosh, now it's time. Let's go start getting some pieces taken off of STNE and ring the register a little bit here. Let's take off 10%. First trim on the name. And that is giving us a 60. Did that give us a 60 right there? Let's take a look. We got a 60.25 on the market fill right there. First print on the name. And love the green candle that's coming right there. Kind of wicking in on ASAN. Could still have hope. Could have been a washout bottom right there. And it could try to claim. But all in all, I would say more so than ever, if that is the wick bottom, let's just mark it like that. All in all, if let's say we get a move to the upside, I would respect the bottoms of the candles. So had you gotten bottom wick right there, I would already be saying, hey, you can take some right there off that bottom wick. Well, if we get through that bottom wick, it reclaims 50s. Respect the body of the candle, which just so happens to be the wick top. You could also respect the body of this candle, so that's kind of a trim window right there. And then I would respect your EMA, which is the middle of this red move. Now, if it gives you a further move, these wick tops right here meeting up with the top end of the channel, that is what I would be looking for. And if you're lucky to hold a piece for the dream, okay. If it pulls back in, maybe you can reload. So this one's, with this descending channel look and the gap fill with the flat top break, it's a strong name. I would be shocked if this wick was the top. It's a strong name. Does it need to pull back in before it makes a further move? Maybe. So we'll keep that one on the watch. Now let's go take a look at some other names. Still trying to hold 41s here. Just kind of trading sideways. Herbalife caught a bid and trying to hold this uptrend. That's what we want to see. Can it reclaim 50s? If it gets back over 50s, we feel really good about that one. Roblox, kind of respecting this channel. I'd say I like this channel set up a little bit better. I think Roblox looks really good for continuation. Doesn't need to reject this flat top before we come back into some sort of uptrend. I don't know, maybe. Let's just clear everything there. It looks sloppy. And yeah, I would say that it looks fairly good. ASTS, reclaiming the trend line. DLO, this is a pretty good setup. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I don't like is the kind of low volume, but the volume is increasing. The buyers have had a lot of control on this name. How much longer can it go? It's wicking at that kind of breakout level already. Does it need to retest like 85s? Just maybe. But we like that DLO setup. And Roblox looking very good on that candle. The 15-minute just might need to pull back in just a little bit more. We can think about reloading it. We could. STNE with a nice move. Endeavor holding above 50s. Herbalife slightly in the money. HLT. HLT, this is the one that's really not in the money for us right just yet. But a nice move to the upside. If we go to a 30-minute chart, maybe we can see something better. It might need to pull back into these lows again before. You do have this gap fill that I was able to hold above. Excuse me. But I mean, it gaps up, fills the gap, tries to catch a bid. Can it just trade sideways and start showing us that U shape? Which way is it going to go? Do we need to come down to this gap, or can we go up to that gap? We're literally sitting right in the middle right here. And let's just relook at the daily again. You can see the daily's negative strength. It gaps up, fills the gap. Can we catch a bid? You can see right in the middle. One way or the other. Which way is it going to go? That's always the tough thing to decide. STNE, you can see it holding these 50s is going to be a very good sign to hold this name into the close. Sprouts Farmers holding 50s now. So we said to ourselves that's really not half bad. We have a couple fills above 50s. Yes, of course we do. But we did kind of buy this thinking that it was some sort of trend line like that. So we do have some shares in the money, and one thing that I do like about this is kind of this commodity is given that little higher low, and HLT going against us for the time being. We can try this one more time at the wick low, but we're putting a stop in underneath of like 40/40s, and that one is gonna go against us, unfortunately. But we can still maybe try to get a fill off of like 140/60, and it could still work for us. So we're not giving up on that one yet. RBLX. EDR. Endeavor Group. Wicks in the 50s. And this might just need to show that it can hold this uptrend one more time. You can see each time it's rejected it, came back into it, came back into it, came back into it. Actually tested the flat top this time. Is this uptrend going to be able to hold? That is the question. And there's probably multiple ways that you can put that uptrend, which is the one part that scares me a little bit is, do I end up getting faked out down here when we're pretty much in support, I would say. But I mean, you can see the flat top. the hold, the trade sideways. Can it hold right here? And that would look really good if it did. RBLX, okay, we're into these 80s now. Is this where we can think about reloading some shares? And we got the order ready to be placed. There's 86s on the tape. Can it take those out? 84s. 84s got bought up a little bit. And there's through 84s. Oh, the bids are still holding up 84s. There's 81s. There's 80s. Okay, we're gonna try our reload right there and see if that can catch a bid. And we will respect the top end of this wick for another reload, and maybe even just in between both. So 65, so 80s holding for right now. That is what we're gonna try. We're trying roadblocks for a reload right here. Kava is on a straight tear to the downside. A lot of stuff rejecting the levels. It does look like a short still. I would say this looks like a short. And we gotta be ready to maybe get out of that name. Stony, pullback candle. Does it pull back to 1340s where we can reload it? Maybe. We like the way Stony's looking. Put in a nice green candle there. HLT. Okay, here's where we're going to try our last position. HLT, and then we're going to let's go ahead and put this stop in on HLT. Overall, the risk on this trade really wasn't the most. Herbalife, I do like how it's wicking into that. Stony still holding 50s. DLO came all the ways back in. That is not the candle that I want to see right there. Would have been nice looking back to say, hey, just take a piece off. Take a piece off. It's going to be alright. It looks like everything's kind of catching a little bit of resistance right now. RBLX. So the reload's a little bit out of the money. We're going to be ready off this wick top right here. 4150s meeting up pretty well. Stoney's still holding. Endeavor might be testing this trend line right here. Let's see if we can get a hold of the trend line and go from there. Looking at rig. can think about reloads off of this 15 and stop it. Where's my levels on the daily here? Stop it at 608. Roblox coming back in. So we do want to just hold this entry as long as we can, but if it wants to, I don't like the red candle to the downside, but 2 minutes left. It is decreased volume. Here's 50s. Let's try to add a little bit here. And it looks like the market is probably taking a little bit of resistance to the downside, so we got to make sure that we're ready on all of these. DLO catching a bid. We got the correct stops in. HLF. This one looks like HLF looks like it's gonna be one that kind of gives up. We are gonna give this one up. And there is the exit of Herbalife, couple bucks to the downside. Couple bucks down the drain. STNE. STNE looks good to hold. I don't even really need to worry about STNE. I'd say DLO is one that we're gonna watch. HLT, we have a stop in. Roblox. 2 pennies off of our order that we have on Roblox. We're not giving up on this Roblox trade yet. We do think that it looks fine, of course. But is this going to leave a large wick? Is there different ways to set this downtrend? We thought we had it set beautifully off the beginning when it was rejecting it. Let's look back at ASAN, and here is 25s coming on in. See, it even broke through that downtrend, so I mean that's a little bit scary. Stony. Endeavor still holding the trend line. Still holding that trend line, give or take, on Sprouts. Rig's still holding those, so I mean, that's kind of a flat top. We said that this was a flat top. Look at that direct wick into it right there. Yeah, catching a little bit of a bid, but is there shorts looking in there? Potentially. If this trend line ends up giving up, then we do want to be ready. Look at this short. Holding. Is that going to finally give a breakout on the short? So we could say NASDAQ short is on watch. Let's put an alert on this. We want to be alerted if the NASDAQ ends up going weak on us. Mullen gaps up through the gap. Oil kind of leaving a double top look. Unity came back in. This is holding that gap for now, but in a sense, those red candles to the downside is a little bit scary. For sure scary. DLO holding these 80s, so I think this name looks really good. I really just want to hold this as long as I can. When I see this, where the buyers have that much control day after day, you know, you gap up, the buyers are there right off the gap. You gap up, are the buyers going to be there? They were. It didn't even let it get down there. We were on the bid off that gap. And that is kind of what we're looking at. Now roadblocks, we are still kind of holding on roadblocks. Green candle coming in, I would say potential sort of tight channel. That's 87s right there. Let's go look back at Hilton. Hilton wicked into the level. Is there a tight channel that's trying to follow? Could be a wedge pattern. Or you get a red engulfing either way. I don't know, is there anything else that you guys are looking at? We can look at some big tech names. Microsoft looks like a short, flat bottom break, sell the frowny face, but it could hold where you then have a breakout at 48. Meta looks strong. Meta looks really strong. Unity did pull back in. This could be some sort of flat top test right there. It never had the weakness to get down to the gap. And it did wick into this level. We said that is where our alert was going to be at. It got to as low as 59s. Apple, Tesla. Got damn close to that gap. I don't know, Kramer, is there anything you're watching? Endeavor finally gave us an alert. Let's take a look at that. Okay, we can watch this trend line live. I want to keep an eye on roadblocks as well. We can re-put that alert in. If that gives up 50s, I kind of want to know. Stony kind of gave up the ghost a little bit, but that's fine. We got a print up at 61s, almost a wick top. We could just say, hey, let's reload it right here. Stony. Let's put an order for Stony off of 35. That's kind of this wick top. Could be some support built in there. We're just going to buy those shares back. We'll go off 36. DLO putting in a green candle is what I wanted to see. Just kind of break this flat top right here. Break it, retest, hold. Now can we get a break of 13? Strong move that this has had. We are not going to try and paper hand that one. Let's go back to Endeavor. Endeavor kind of giving up that trend line for right now. Looks like a short. It does. It's giving you increased red volume. Not a lot of volume. Red on the day. This was the tell right there. Fills the gap. Doesn't have the strength to reclaim 50s truly. Got over it briefly. There's a little size trying to hold it up. HLT looks like we're going to get a stop out on this. Endeavor just looks like it's not going to have the juice. That would tell me that, hey, we can try this again. Does it need to be like that? Yeah, there's so many different ways you can put that trend line. Which one's going to be the one that holds? I don't like the setup of it breaking lower, but I mean, there is so much support that could be built in this range right here. There's a ton of support. It's actually pretty light volume on this movement to the downside. There's a lot of green volume in this. Do we see buyers come in off the trend line? RBLX had some good reloads. My first reload is now even. Sprouts, not looking like it's gonna give any legitimacy to that trend line. Sprouts is gonna end up stopping us out. Let me make sure I do have a stop on that. Yeah, we got a 34.20, so we got another 10 pennies of risk there. We're gonna stay true to it and see if that gives us anything. DLO, I think this one is one that we like a lot. And let's keep an eye. That's a nice candle. Let's keep a look on STNE as well. 38s is the low there. We're on the bid at 36s. And roadblocks meeting into that previous wick. Let's go take a piece off. Just ring the register. Roblox is one of the names that we probably like the best. We can take that order off right there, and let's take a piece off right there. So ringing the register a little bit. DLO, do we need to respect that or not? Not a ton of volume coming into this off this trend line. What do you think, Kramer? You got anything that you're watching? Is HLT trying to hold? It looks like it's trying to. I don't know if it's going to be able to. Roadblocks, we got one trim in that green move. Does it need to pull back in? So rejecting that previous low and the downtrend, but holding on top of the other downtrend. So interesting setup here. Stony trying to get a reload. EDR. I don't think we can respect this too much longer. God, there's just so much support right there. Does it have hope for that to be a trend line right there? God, I just don't know. HLT trying to hold. Can we get a hold? Stony candle turning green temporarily. Decreased volume, not too much volume increase right there, but we're hoping that some buyers of this candle come back in off of this previous high, which is what happened as of right now. DLO. Don't really remember. Take that move any day of the week. I'll take that move any day of the week. Endeavor. And we are stopped out of Endeavor. Right in around this trend line. But that is an unfortunate. I thought this one looked really good. It had a beautiful sort of uptrend. That's a little shocking that that gave up right there. And Stony, waiting for a fill there. RBLX, wicked a little bit lower right here. 54s was the low. Tight channel. Is this going to turn into a bear flag? Where, you know, let's clear this chart up. I get a fresh looking chart. You know, it honestly might need to pull back into these highs, but it does have this gap fill. I do not want to hold it through that trend line right there. Looking at the daily, wicking into that level, it might need to pull back in to like this high right here, even maybe the body candle. There's a large wick on that, and you can kind of see the bear flag panning out. Is that going to be able to hold? I don't know. I don't know. It could be just a profit taking day. DLO holding pretty good. And HLT holding this level, kind of respecting this sort of wedge pattern. Hold on, I gotta take this call, guys. I'm gonna not make the mistake of not muting my mic. I'll be back. Alright, we are back. Yeah, I mean, other than this, I mean, this is what I had wrote down for the day, and I feel we got the entry on Roblox, whether it can hold or not. We had some good entries on it, and yeah, it's just hope that some of these can kind of pan out. The Endeavor trade, this one was probably the most disappointing for us, is that this trend line didn't hold. If this trend line held, I really think we could have held this name for like a move easily up to like these previous lows right there, 23s, next lows, next lows. We could have easily held this up in the mid 25s, give or take, which I'm not counting out that this has more weight to it. And whether you want to set that like this, maybe it needs to pull back into 22 flats. That one is a pretty good setup, but yeah, just a little disappointed that one of all of them. Didn't work out. HLT, which way is this wedge pattern going to go? You could say there's probably a tight descending channel, and if 50s give up, probably going to be out of it. We do have a stop in play that was able to hold on that wick. And that leaves Stony. Trying to hold these previous highs. And what else do we got? We got DLO. Nice strong chart. Nice strong uptrend. Decently in the money. RBLX, this is going to be the one right here. If it can break out. Whether this channel means anything, I have no clue. Light action. How did that Herbalife end up? Herbalife. Did we put a stop in for that name, or did we actually get out of it? Pretty much sold the wick low on that. That is tough. Could have gave it below these wicks into these highs. Would have held it against me a little more. So if Herbalife does want to hold right here, we're not giving up that this can come in the 25 still. We'll leave that one up there. So a variety of different plays for you guys today. Hilton is a matter of which way is it going to go. We got a gap right here. We got a gap right here. Which way are we going to choose to go? Trying to catch a bid, a little bit of a bid. Open of the new candle. Early signs of maybe breaking down. No, it doesn't need to be set like that. Maybe. RBLX, had we respected that wick right there, would have been a nice reload attempted right there. But let's see if we can try and get a piece off at 96s. That way we feel a little better buying the reload. We could even wait Go to a 30-minute chart. Could even wait for 4150s. '90s. Nice 3 green candles right there. One pullback candle. Can we go take out the highs? We do think that the daily setup on this is got some weight to it. And Sprouts. We forgot to look back at Sprouts. You know, it did wick into that level. This could have something there, potentially. I'm actually a little shocked that our stop held on that. '22 lows. Sprouts could have some life. RBLX is in those 90s, so let's go ahead and take a small piece off right here. We are into a resistance level. And we'll ring the register again on RBLX. STNE wicked into 38s. 38 low. IIPR, nice move on IIPR. Dividend looks like it got announced. 180 for the dividend. That is a nice looking chart. Does it have the strength to push up to like 85? We'll see. Roblox back over 42. This is what we're talking about right here. Let's go ahead and take another piece off. And we keep ringing the register. And we will look to reload this again right off 75s. That was a nice looking chart here. Roblox giving up 42s for the time being. Unity. Deeper pullback. So a couple of nice prints on roadblocks there. See if we can maybe reload. So we got 3 trims. We got a 90, we got a 95, and we got a 03, a 4203. If this comes back into 75s, we can think about reloading this name, but we do have to be careful. Rejecting, we said this was a previous low. A nice parallel line like that. If I go to a 5-minute chart, does it meet up anywhere? Yeah, I do think that this looks alright. Has a nice take of the neckline right there. Could look for 87s as a hold, and that's what's wicking right there. Back to the 15-minute. It is what's holding, so I do think it's possible we get a move higher, but if this comes back into like 71 or 75s, I think we can reload it. DLO kind of just holding this range. Get the entry, hold it as long as you can. Sprouts is rejecting this level. Previous lows. I do think this has a chance. Oh, stony looking. I was gonna say one of these candles is gonna start turning green. Did you see how wicky that was? That doesn't mean that this catches a bid, but you know, that level looks very good. HLT kind of breaking that wedge pattern for now. RBLX, I think this is the one that is gonna make us the money. Said it from the beginning, it was the one that we had the best entry on, took out the highs. That Stony, we keep our eyes on Stony. Stony wants to start building this smiley face, it looks like. DLO over this 1290s. Well, guys, I think I've kind of showcased what I'm watching for today. If I see anything else, I can always do another stream. And this Walgreens actually looks pretty good. I can't even, don't even know why I clicked on it. Nice flat top that's trying to take out as we speak. Probably has some sort of uptrend. Yeah, that looked pretty good. I don't even know why I clicked on it. If you're looking for a quick buck. RBLX. Nice green move. TMC testing that flat top. Say if you were trying, that's a lot of red volume, but that could easily just start leaving a wick. A minute 30 left on this. Let's go ahead and try it. See if it gives up these 30s. And we tried it with a little entry. We're gonna give this 6 pennies, 8 pennies, give or take. What alerts do we have in here? RBLX still looks pretty good. Stony still holding nice. Look at the difference in percent. This one was a clear. Coinbase seems fairly strong. Gaps up, fills the gap. Are we gonna run up to the gap right there? Maybe. RBLX running and holding over these 42s. We can go on the ask at 25s if we wanted to. I kind of like this TMC. Could have some potential. Are we running into any clear resistance? Maybe. What's the wick high? Wick high is 140s. Roblox really trying to make an attempt now. DLO looks a lot better right there. That looks like a hold. I think we can print up into the 13s there. Where was Stony? Stony still just kind of flat. Take a look at Sprouts. Sprouts still wicking into that level. We're going to keep that stop in there. Roblox trying. DLO close to day's high. Roblox looks like it is going to try. Still trying to hold. DLO really looks like it wants to go. Stony building the nice curl. That's what we're looking for. HLT still holding. Looks like it's going to give up. HLF. Herbalife. That is a tough out. I mean, there's not too much more that I can do right now. I think I got enough on my plate, and I'm not really seeing anything else that would be super alarming. I'm holding 173 million in volume. Crazy. Nikola giving it up. Neo, Palantir, AMD. That was looks like the clown stocks are down today. Charge point, we said 870, maybe. Held for now. TMC is going to go against us, it looks like. Red candle to the downside here. Roblox hanging along in there. See if we can find any discrete. So all I'm looking for is differences in the percent gainers to see if I can find any strength. And Roblox is still churning away. Let's go get ready to take a piece off of Roblox. Let's just go ahead and do that right now. Bringing the register a little bit. Should have been 17's print. They were on the bid. DLO. DLO. Kind of wicking into that, but I do like the way this daily candle is looking. I think we can get maybe a leg up into 13s. TMC trying to hold. Candle is now turned green. We did buy a little bit on that little dip right there. Looking for a stop underneath 120. Is it going to be able to pan through? I do not know. But TMC, not a half bad setup, especially if it leaves that sort of wick. Sort of like that. And there's 32. So, I mean, we could just go run the register a little bit right now and try to reload this area. If we see like 35s come in, we can try for it. Roblox at 42.18. Sitting with 75% of the position. Stony, what's going on here, Stony? Trying to hold these, and the volume kind of picking up a little bit more indecision. Is this going to be able to build into some sort of U shape? Does it need to pull back into these 25s before we get a further move? This was kind of buying these previous tops. Alright, so now we have some catching a little bit. Don't like it. Azul. Nice sideways action right there. On 3 decent candles, not much volume though, so one to be careful with. BKKT, a little something there. How about that? Is this going to continue following this descending channel? When does that give a breakout? Wish. A little bit of a bid catching on Wish. Is there something here? A little increased volume? Maybe some sort of trend line right there. A retest of 8 maybe? There's 78 lots on 31s right here. And now the bid stacking. There we go. This is what we're looking for here. We got 30s and 27s. 30s and 27s and roadblocks right up near these highs. Let's just go ahead and respect it. This is take another piece off. Just continue ringing the register. If this wants to pull back into maybe even the uptrend if we're lucky. But the more that looks the case, can we get a breakout up here? Looking at a 43 break. In DLO, still a green candle that we're looking at there. Let's take a look back at Sprouts. This one looks like it's actually going to end up stopping us out, but we're going to stay true to the stop. I think we might as well at this point. Cause M, is there going to be any volume increases? Wicking towards that 3, we got 307 low on the day. And roadblocks wicking into those 25s, so that's what we wanted to see. So our print, what was our print on that? We got 25s on that print, so we're not looking to sell anymore here. We're not looking to buy any here. Maybe if we retest like 41.90, I think that could be something we could think about. Let's take a look back at STNE. STNE's turning green. TMC up at 34s now. I think this is where we are going to just start taking pieces off. If we can get through 34s, that would be appreciative. So let's just start taking small pieces off, ring the register. And there we took our first piece off there. Now we can think about reloads off of 130s. So just ringing the register there a little bit. Roadblocks, this is what we want to see. We're not interested in cutting right here. We're interested in up here. You know, if I was marking the resistance, I'd say it meets up right with the wick. So if we can get it up there, we're going to try and take advantage of it. Any clear differences here? Invos, sloppy. BKKT, another penny to the upside. We forgot to take a look back at Hill. So it's trying to hold right here. I mean, we think this is fairly decent entry if it can catch a bid. Is this uptrend going to be enough to push it higher? Definitely some potential there. Nvidia up 2%. Strong. How's like a micron looking? Oh wow, look at that wick right there. Trend lines there. Red engulfing. Sideways chop. Does it build a U? A frowny face. Rig. Trying to hold this uptrend. I don't know how much more I can play with it. TMC gave up those 34s, so got a small piece off. And Roblox getting ready to just put some green candles up through the highs, hopefully. STNE continuing to just chop sideways. Fastenal, nice build at the flat top. Nikola catching a little bit of a bid. Snap, not a half bad look. Let's look at the daily on this. Tested that top. It's holding that. Fresh positive break. Snap really looks pretty good. This was one that we didn't pull the trigger on yesterday. I had the bull flag set up early in the day. Here's the beginning of the day. Took out the highs, bull flag set up, gave the move to the upside. That was one that we were looking for. TMC giving us a move higher here. Let's go ahead and take a small piece off right here and continue to ring the register as high as that wants to go. So let's see if we got 36s there. I don't think we did. 35.75 right there. So ringing the register on TMC. Roblox continuing higher. See if we can go 42.60s. We're just going to try and let that one run. TMC gave up those 36s briefly. But we think that we can get some maybe further high side. Mr. Drift, how we doing? Uh, oh boy. What? Where do I start? You can let me know when you're ready for the breakdown of what we got going here. We've got some that have been stopped out. We got some that have been uh holding briefly. We got this holding by a thread right here. We got to stop at 38. So we basically said to ourselves, we had a gap to the downside, we had a gap to the upside. We're sitting right in the middle. Which way do we kind of want to go? Um, Herbalife. Kind of just playing the trend line. Wedge pattern. Can we get more shares off of like a 1225 maybe? But catching a little bit of a bid. Looking at the daily chart for it. Gaps up, fills the gap. Filled this gap on this wick, so if that is the breakout for a further move through these lows, we think it's possible that this could. Now it's a weak chart, weak strength, so very early on that one still. Other than that, drift, the Roblox trade is the most notable, of course. Early in the day, we said, hey, we're getting a fresh positive break. And a lot of these downtrend setups right here have just been getting clobbered. So I told myself, let's try and get an order before we get the gap up. I wanted to try and get off the gap. It never gave me. So we don't have the size that we want. But look at where this gap up comes in at. Pretty much off of the wick high. Sort of like that. So we're looking for a pullback into that area. Just don't get it. So we don't have the size that we want. But we got an order on both of these candles. This one came in around 41s. And this one came in around 40.85s, I believe. I wish I could tell you that we were sitting on 75s, but we weren't. And printed it to the upside. We had a reload in off of 78s, I believe. And then we were trying to get 41.50s, but we had a 41.60, I think, somewhere in there. And even on these next candles, we didn't get anything. So we trimmed that to the upside, and our best trim on this candle, we got a 56, I believe. And my best print on this to the upside right here, we got a 25, and we're trying to hold for this wick top, which if we move further to the left, it's just these wick tops meeting in with this, so probably something also meeting in right there at like 42.80s. But looking back over to the daily chart, um, but my bad, I was just a little distracted there. But looking at this, we're looking for a further breakout over top of 43. If we can get over 43s, which we're actually sort of trying to get that break right now. We're at 42.42s, and even if this candle closes like this, I think it's potential that you have, some sort of wedge pattern maybe. But if we made that a parallel channel, something like that, which does just need to pull back in and just hold some levels. But we like this green candle that's coming in at the moment. And TMC, we also have kind of fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. Let's go take a piece off of TMC, as this has just been a slow grinder to the upside. Let's just keep taking pieces off as it wants to keep going. If this wants to take out the highs, we think this one can get going. But reloads are coming in off 130. So let's see where we just got that print at as we're starting to come in. We did get 37.8s right there. And this name looks like we are going to try and get a breakout right here. There's a couple that I'm missing out before you drift. Forgot about STNE. STNE is actually, oh my gosh, I was sitting here saying we're holding right at these previous highs, and I'm on the bid at 36s. I'm on the bid at 36s. Had it in for a while, and it was just trading sideways. Wouldn't trigger me. I thought about just moving that reload back in market, but I mean, this one was just we're playing off these highs. We got a couple fills in here, and our only print on the name is a 1360. Believe it or not, so a reload coming back in for another 22 cents. Now we'd be sitting, another 15 cents in the money, give or take, if we would have got the fill. But we weren't able to get the fill, so that is a little unfortunate. But STNE's working for us, and the other one is DLO, which is just kind of holding. We gaps up. We got a fill in somewhere right around here, and we got a fill in at 65s, almost a wick low, and we were on the bid at 1260. We weren't able to get a 1260 fill, but we took that order off, and we are just we have no fills in this name. Why do we have no fills in this name so far? Is because just this green move that it's had, if it can take out these highs, we think it can test these flat bottoms. So we're kind of holding for that range right there. And TMC is going to try and give us some sort of breakout right here. Let's go and get one more piece off before this breaks out. And let's see if we can get those 39s to come back in. We might even just go off 40. 40 is the wick high. So we want to make sure we get at least one more trim up here if we can. And Roblox is up near these highs right here. So let's just go ahead and ring the register on this name. I mean, might as well, right? So taking a piece off right there, ringing the register, taking some profits. If this pulls back in, we feel a lot better about reloading this potential position. But taking out these highs, we like the way that this is looking. So let's see if we can get some further upside move. And TMC back at these 139s. I should have just had an order off 139s. And there's 70 lots here. 70 lots here at 39s. If we can take these out, we're going to maybe catch a nice green candle to the upside. It doesn't look like it was able to break it yet, but we like the way that TMC is looking. And I know, Drift, I know what you're going to say. We were talking about TMC over here. Over here at nope, wasn't right there. It was right here. We said we had a descending channel. Nope, it was right here. I keep lying to you. Was it right here? I forget where we had this. It was right around that one flat level. I forget which one of these where I had it marked and I just took it out today. Just took it out today. It was somewhere around this one area, I want to say. I don't remember. Roblox is going to be the most notable though, of course. I'd say entry right in around there. 4%, really not the most. I mean, I'd say the TMC is already better. It is, but I think the Roblox is more impressive because, one, we got a little bit more size on the Roblox as we're trying to hold this for a bigger move. We want to hold this move through there. The other one that we were watching was Charge Point a little bit just because those clown stocks have really been doing good. I call them clown stocks. You have a descending channel. What happens if we just trade sideways? Maybe a breakout over here is doable. So that is one that we're watching. And Farmer Sprouts. This one's gonna go against us. We are holding on by a thread, and we got to stop at 18s. If that wants to stop us out, so be it. Endeavor was another one that stopped out, and it sucks where we stopped out at around 32s underneath of these wicks. I thought that this trend line would hold. That's what I was looking at. I thought the trend line would hold, and clearly it had a little bit different, but just the setup that it has some good support. You have a couple different trend lines that are rolling in through right there. So maybe this gives us another opportunity, but just kind of hovering right around those bottoms right there. And Roblox continuing the churn to the upside. This one is, I would say, breaking out. I don't see, if we just clear out the chart, I mean, if we mark those tops, 85s, if we get full green engulfing up to 85s, we can probably remove that. TMC rejecting that 39s. We should have tried getting 39s there. There was a little bit of size there, but we got 3 prints on the name, and we will hold on with that. Roblox really looking strong. A little over 50% of the position left. Now, if we're looking for some names that have a little bit more strength, BMR turns red. This turns no volume on it though. DLO. STNE. Big difference. Coinbase. We were looking at Coinbase right here. We thought about pulling the trigger. It'd be 50 cents in the money had we done so. DQ. Nothing really there. Yeah, other than that drift, that's all we're looking at. I don't know if you're still here or not, but Roblox wicked up towards that 77 top. I think if this next candle goes green, we are going to take some pieces off here and look to reload those shares that we trim up here. We got 56s. We can reload everything off that previous top. Stony still looking pretty good. That's a good U shape if you ask me. And taking that trend line off. Yeah, we're sitting in TMC. Not the most size. We had 2 fills. One right off of the 130 tops, and then I think my second one came in at 27s. My trend line wasn't set like this, but I was telling myself that, hey, we have the bodies of the candles, so if I buy the wicks, more than likely I'll try to buy the bodies of the candle as well. And it was red engulfing sitting like this, so I said, even then, you still have some these wicks, and we put as soon as we took that second order, Kramer, we took that second order, we immediately put our stop in 120. So I was already telling myself, okay, 130 is 10 cents of risk, 127, 7 cents of risk, and we'll go with it. Now, our first print was a 34. We got 30. Let me go look over at what the prints we got are. And we were trying to get 39s, we just couldn't. So we got 3 fills. My first trim was 33s, 35.7, and 37.8 are the 3 prints that we have. And we're trying to get 39s, just kind of respecting it. Had we gotten 39s, it would have been a lot easier. If this pulls back into 130, we think that this flat top can hold as support, and then we can get a further move, just kind of following this channel. So we're going to respect some levels and try the reload. The Roblox, this is one that we're trying to get top end of the channel. I don't see any other way to put that. Maybe it could be down just a little bit like that. But that meets in right in at these previous tops right here. So I think I'm going to be crazy. I'm going to be kicking myself in the feet if I don't trim this. Pulls back into like 42.25s, and we can try the reload off of 45s. TMC is coming back in a little bit, but we have about 15% of the position pulled off, so good leeway to reload. This roadblocks, the only thing that I was worried about when I said roadblocks is I don't want to trim too much of this, because I think the bigger picture for roadblocks is this candle is going to be the start of something up, potentially up to this gap fill. So any sells that I have on the name, you know, I'm telling myself, hey, I could potentially be giving up 6.5%, give or take. So that is one, two, and we did see Wish. Wish looked really good. We put an alert in for a pullback on one of these candles, and now it's taking out the highs. So, man, I'm gonna regret not maybe pulling the trigger on some shares there. And Roblox is still wicking into just those brief 80s right there. Can it give us any further move? So yeah, where can I get in? If you're referring to TMC, uh, obviously it depends on. Uh, I don't know what your risk parameters are. For my scenario, now my scenario is different than yours, Kramer. I've already got 3 prints on this name to the upside, so I'm a little bit more comfortable reloading off this 130. If 130s don't come in, you know, it's possible that this could be a different uptrend than what it is. Who knows? Maybe the uptrend is something like this, where, you know, 133, 132 could be the high, and then before we get a test up maybe to 150. But that doesn't mean that we get a red engulfing through this. You know, it's just a matter of what your risk reward would want to be. It's tough for me to say where you getting in would work. It's got the increased volume when it takes out this high, has one pullback candle with a decent amount of volume, and now a little light volume, but on this retrace back up, it did show that it could get back up to this 38s. So if this was actually a wedge pattern where this iceberg order has been in since the morning, let's say there was a lot of order size on 38s, this very well could be a wedge pattern where that's where you get a nice green candle up to 150s, and then you're looking for 140s to hold as support. So for all I know, maybe the entry isn't even right now. Maybe the entry is wait for a green candle and then buy the consolidation off of these 138 tops. So it's tough for me to say that when my entry's down here. It's easier for me to say that, and sometimes pulling the trigger right here is hard to do. But I would say Roblox is more of my top concern. I didn't get a print there. I'm going to regret it. I should have just marketed as we were getting super close to this channel. And some flat top resistance that probably could run back over here. But nice. That did have some selling volume come in as well. Not too much though. On the 5-minute, you have a nice consolidation pattern going on right here. Looking around some more. Stony, still looking pretty good. I could respect these tops right here, but I think if we get a green candle through that, we can print this name a little bit higher. DLO, it's been a while since I've checked back on that. Still rejecting these 1290s. Let me go check the size. I don't even remember the size that I have on this. And we are just going to take off 10% off of DLO. Just because of how long it's been trading sideways here. We don't have much size on the name. But we'll bring the register a little bit on that. And let's check back on Sprouts. Sprouts is holding barely. I don't know how much I trust this. I do not trust this very much, and it's probably going to stop us out. We thought that this would get a lot more action off of this top right here, but that wasn't the case. As betting against strength, it rejects some levels. It's nice when the position goes in your favor right away. But that's too bad. TMC Roblox trying to get back up to this. Is this the area where we can get another piece off? And we're looking to get this last 10% off, and we'll hold 50% of the position whether it does whatever it does or not. And we're going to try and reload this name. Can we get these 85s? Okay, next candle's open. Let's get an initial push. Let's get an initial push on this candle. Oh, I really want to go reload my coffee. This might need to pull back in to 50s before it makes any move. Coinbase, this could be a play that we try. The retest of these 50s showed us it can get through there. Here's your wick tops, 55.25 and 55.40. Nice hold of the high. Right at the gap. It never got underneath this gap. This was a good play right here. It really was. Coinbase was one that could have been a play. It gaps up, fills the gap, now putting in a green candle. You have a gap fill for an out to the upside. And Roblox giving up, didn't have any strength to get up to those 80s, but I think we're going to get those 80s still. I'm not giving up on that just yet. STNE, wicking those tops a little bit. We're going to take that order off on STNE. We're going to take that order off on STNE. And we could take another piece off of STNE, but let's just sit back on STNE for a little bit and see if that can hold. Endeavor Group, man, it sucks. Losing, stopping out on the wick low candle. Right underneath those wicks. Man, this one I think has some juice. And I'm going to be mad at myself for it, I have a feeling. And TMC coming back into 33s right now. Kind of right at the uptrend, but I'm going to readjust it how I did have it. Sort of like that. Wicks into those 33s, so... I'm going to reload my coffee. Hopefully this gives us a print up into those 80s. I'll be right back. And we're back. I see the candle is green now. That is a positive. Lunar. We seen these wicks. We just didn't know if we could trust her or not. Let's see if there's any major differences. SQL, weak. THMO, that is a nice U build right there. See what that daily looks like. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one start freaking ripping next week or something like that. I don't see any major differences in these red to greens. Maybe Weight Watchers. That is a good support level that it's trying to hold right here. Just barely gave up strength. Weight Watchers was a big gainer for us way back when. And this chart setup actually definitely some sort of downtrend right here though. Rig, those would have been good reloads on rig. We like the position that we had, we just never reloaded it. It's too bad. TMC, looks like this is just going to be a wedge pattern, in my opinion. That's what I think it's going to be. You got into ASAN. Let's take a look. One thing I'll say about it is I do think that this is probably a descending channel. So this is something to be careful with. Now this can be used as a positive as well if you get an early entry into a break. Now I will say this is a nice flat top, give or take. So if I was just marking the flat top, it tries the hold right there. Nice flat top right there. Now I just wanted to get all of that movement in right there. And these wicks right there. So those three levels I would say are my three key spots to hold. Now you could say here's your neckline, which meets in over towards these wicks as well. Yeah, I just think it looks a little bit too much like a descending channel to me. It doesn't get much action off the gap either. So somebody got in short and he respected that gap and he's still holding the piece for the dream, which the dream move might actually be down here. So I would say be careful with that, which this also meets in with these highs over here, which it tests it, you get to move up. So anyone off these longs, if they're looking to reload, maybe a neckline, it does wick into it. Where's roadblocks at? Why am I not just typing it in? Huh. Oh. Whoa, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Oh, that's gonna be frustrating. I can't believe I didn't just have it on the bid. I didn't have it. I wasn't on the ask. I cannot believe that. I missed it. I missed it. That doesn't mean it can't come back in. But I did want to respect that 85, and it wicks to that freaking 85. And we are not going to miss it this second time around. Oh my gosh, no way I just hit out of my tab. Oh boy. Quickly, quickly, quickly. I missed those 80s again. Why was I not on the ask right there? I cannot believe I wasn't on the ask right there. That was the wick top. TMC sitting around these 34s. TMC 33s. DLO, let's take a look. Still chopping around. Stony, rejecting. Holding 50s though for the time being. Let's look at the Farmer Sprouts. That is probably gone against us. And oh my gosh, I can't even believe that this stop is still holding in. We are going to end up getting stopped out of that. I can just see it. ASAN. This, I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I want to give my unbiased opinion, uh, that, and I'm not always right, but I find that when you get these gap ups, and one, you don't get that action off the gap right off the open. I like to see it trade down there early, and if it doesn't, normally my stop is going to be underneath the start of the gap fill. And it's for this reason exactly, in case there isn't any gap fill buyers right there. Now this could stair step all the ways down to 24. So I don't know what your risk is going to be if you're just giving it to this previous low. But it is showing a wick up to those levels a little bit. TMC, this one's going to be a slow mover. A lot of the plays that I'm in right now are just slow movers and Roblox. I cannot believe I didn't get that trim off of 85s, had it marked the whole time. The whole time. We were down here and we had 85s marked. And we said we want to respect these highs. We'll respect the wick top before. I had that wick in like that. We respected it. And we said 85s. And I cannot believe that I didn't get that fill off 85s. Because had I, it'd be so easy to reload off of these tops right here. Like a 4230 to 4240. It'd be so much easier. It's part of trading. Sometimes that exit and entry goes very quick. Let's see if there's any clear difference. Drama, looks like junk. GCT, some nice sideways chop right here. So this is what I'm talking about, where it comes down, it holds that gap fill, and now you're just getting a sideways chop. Let's clear this chart out because that looks like a mess. I'd say, I don't know, if we just played it safe like that, I'd say those are one way or the other. GCT Cloud Technology. No volume though. I don't even know if you want to deal with that, but honestly, pretty good setup. When it shows me that I can hold above that gap right there, gaps up, you got the gap fill buyers. Could be something there. GCT, I would not be surprised to see a freaking massive green candle or a massive red candle, one way or the other. TMC back into these 32s, so I'm going to get ready to maybe play around with this a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Is my mic even on? It is. I gotta sneeze. I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. Man. Stony holding 13.5s. Let's take a look back at. Yeah, this one's gonna stop, so not catching any of a bid. Rejecting the previous lows on Endeavor Group. HLT, let's take a look back, and we are stopped out of this one. Boom, stopped out. That's what you want to see. Have your stops in the right areas. Losing trade. That's fine. You know what happens. Kept my risk in order. TMC, let's just go ahead and try and reload right here. I think this is close enough. And we're going to try the reload right there and see if we can get any price action to the upside. $31.5. Space. Space. Let me just. My question is, why didn't it break out right here? There's your open. It wicks into it. Why didn't it break out at like a 25 and hold 25s? Why wasn't it able to hold 25s? It tries to. So did this fake anybody out right here? And clear exits of the positions potentially coming in. Could be a descending channel. It does wick into, do we have a flat top right here? Does wick into 450s. But why didn't it break out? So with that candle, I'm already telling myself, hey, previous body of the candles and the gap fill is not out of the question. Here's where your trend line is going to be at. There's money to be made in these. Don't get me wrong, but the big gap ups, when they start building descending channels, it always just goes into the back of my head that, hey, let's see if this comes down to 4, can hold 4s, and we can catch a bid on this maybe at a 450 break on like Wednesday of next week. There's money to be made. Like from this bottom, if you identified this top right here and you got the fill, wick bottom fill right there, I mean there's money to be made, no question about it. But I like the ones that have ascending channels. The ones that I've made money on are the ones that have uptrends, ascending channels. The one that I lost money on, descending channels. Ones that I've lost money on, descending channels. The ones that I've lost money on, descending channels. Well, this one is trying to hold an uptrend right now and could have a chance. But the point of the matter is, from the open price, the ones that have had descending channels have not been the ones that have worked for me. Now we look over at the winners and we say, Roblox, this is an ascending channel. What else we have? We have DLO. This one, nice uptrend, potential ascending channel. Potential ascending channel, testing the flat top. How does it act if it gets over 13? That is what I am focused on right now. I'm not saying there's not money to be made, but a lot of my focus is finding strength. So I mean DLO, weak strength, still negative 26, but it has a nice setup where if it gets over top of this, I'm looking for breakouts. And if that breakout gives me a positive strength, maybe I'm sitting here holding this position, and if I'm lucky, I can get this run up to like this gap up here. Hold a piece for the dream is what we're always looking for. TMC. This one, I mean, we were calling this fucker, or I shouldn't say that, I apologize for that. We were calling this one out. We'd never even tried this gap fill, but we were calling this out somewhere over here when we seen this large volume coming in. We've seen the large volume coming in, one pullback candle, and now, had I gotten an entry down here, I'm not taking the entry up here at 130. Your entry should actually be already 33% in the money. That's the way I look at it. Coinbase did come back in. This one could be presenting some sort of entry right here. Roadblocks. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's gonna come on into these 42.30s, 42.40s, give or take, and that's gonna be sad that we didn't get that 85 print. TMC trying to hold. We can go look back at Herbalife, testing the original flat top, breaks over, now holding some levels. Herbalife, not half bad look, but you do have some sort of downtrend that you're gonna have to break through. Oil, we said that, hey, could have been a double top right here. Well, now, nice trend line hold. Give or take something like that. Nice flat top on oil, and a lot of these oil plays are looking pretty good. TMC candle is turning green. We can maybe start taking small pieces off on that reload. Let's just respect it. Might as well take a piece off there and ring in registers to the upside on TMC. If this wants to get up to like 37s, we're going to keep respecting it and try the reload off 30s. Roadblocks giving up 50s now. This is what we would have wanted. We would have been sitting here. Yep, that's what we want to see. Yep, yep, yep. And now right into these 30s, this flat top break that it was able to give. And if it wants to fall in lower, you know, we're all for it. STNE still holding 50s. Nice sideways action right here. PayPal, nice V shape. Intel, DAL, up over 33s. How about this one, guys? Huh? Hold a piece for the dream. I see no reason. Over $10 in the money on DAL shares. Over $10, I repeat. $10. That is how it's done right there. Obviously, the market helping me out a little bit right there. Workiva, we seen this and we thought that this was going to make a run. And off of 96s, it was up over 107 at one point today. And we were waiting for 108. That's tough. But it did fill this gap. So expected some there. I never respected it. I thought it was going to just blast higher. It didn't do that for me. Coinbase, what did we talk about? Man, I could have. That was a play that we were watching over here. It came right back in. I just took my eyes off it. I should have tried it. It was a beautiful looking setup, and now it's turning green. It's probably. I mean, if you were looking for a play, Kramer, I'm not saying that this is a sure thing, but this is the type of setup that I like right here, where you have maybe some sort of ascending channel that is trying to hold right here. You know, does this level hold? I don't know. If it takes out this high, though, this 55.90, I think you're going to see this maybe try for the neckline, which I'd say there's your neckline. You can have outs in front of that. You know, respect the previous lows, give or take, and the highs. So from current price, you know, had you gotten the 25s, 2%, 3%, and the gap is at 6, that's not bad. This one also meets in all the ways across like that. So that's kind of where it's at right now. We just clear the chart. I think that this could be viable. Not a lot of volume though. For now. Wish also another one, kind of testing the flat top right here. Could be one. Not a lot of volume though. Not much volume at all. Only 450K. TMC up at 36s. Let's go take another piece off. And ring the register on that. Continuing to ring the register, we got 35 halves printed right there. Roblox. You know, had we gotten this trim, I probably would have been a lot more aggressive around these 250s. Or 4250s. I would have tried it a lot easier. Roblox looking pretty good. I think I'm gonna get 43s. Potentially. Fastenal giving a nice move. Putty. Not much volume in those green moves. But notable. Notable for sure. Holding positive strength. 4 was a nice hold of support. Stony trying to curl up a little bit. Stony I'm liking. I'm liking Stony. Stone Co. I keep calling it Stony. And Roblox reload would have been sitting pretty. Timber, not a half bad setup. Light volume though. Only 57K volume. For now. If that got over top of like 210, I think it would be a different story. We can go look at Asan. Kind of giving that curl. Go look at SpaceX. Kind of the same early look. DLO is trying. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we've been waiting for on DLO this whole time. Let's quickly go and look and see if Sprout's held up. It's holding by a thread. We're gonna get stopped out, and we're not even gonna care. That's too bad. that Sprouts was not able to be a viable trade for us. God, I'm such a bad trader. Just kidding, I think I'm alright. AMD, still holding the piece of this. Does this start trading back inside the channel? It should, but people don't care about my opinion. I only have one vote. TMC, leaving this nice little green candle here. Can this give us anything? Endeavor, not looking as bad of a stop out now. Snapchat, a little wiki. Roblox is looking very good for a bull flag continuation. This candle could actually start catching a bid any second. Starts going down, right? I say that. Stony trying. Stony, DLO, and Roblox all looking fairly good. And TMC, we got the open of the next candle. Gotta take this call. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. It wasn't anything important. TMC. Is it going to give us anything here? It tried turning green on the open of the candle. I think we'll try this off 32s maybe. I can see Mbot is kind of just trading sideways. I don't think this is going to turn into anything. Probably some sort of wedge pattern. Maybe a breakout, like a 340 break. Putty came back in hard. Not too much volume, but that increasing red volume could be something to stay away from it. Whereas you look at Roblox, I mean that was highlighted. Oh man, that is so. It would have been so easy. 85s get in off 50s. How easy would that have been? I'm not even asking for wick low here. Get in off 50s. How easy would that have been? And we'd be sitting 20 cents in the money on the reload. Stony looking pretty good if it can just get over top of 60s. 63, if that can get over top of 63s, that looks really good. Could have easily got a reload. We were 2 pennies off on the reload from Stony. And DLO getting ready to print days high. Hmm. TMC up at 37s. Is this going to give us a break? Hold on. TMC. Let's go get another piece off and just respect it in case it wants to come back in. But from the reload, we got 31 halves. Nice 4% from the reload, so we are going to respect that and see if we can maybe get 38. There's more size on the bid than the ask. So let's see if we can get just a little bit better price. I could just respect both of them. Roblox back in the 50s. Wish catching a little bit of buying right there. So off that flat top that we talked about. What's Coinbase looking like? Coinbase wicking kind of into the middle of this red candle for now. It's just going to need a little bit of volume to be able to push 90s. That's not a half bad looking trade. It might need to pull back in first before it breaks out though, so keep that in mind. Oh, this does run over. How about that, guys? How about that setup right there? Roblox 50 or 4250s. Looks like we can try a reload maybe off of 40s here. This is still the third red candle. 8 minutes left. A little bit increased volume. With a wick going into that, maybe we can try it. Oh, TMC did give us that move into 39s potentially. TMC, wait a minute. Potential breakout. We did just get a print. Where did that print come in? We got 38 halves. Let's go on the ask at 40s and see if we can get another print off 40s. Roblox wicking into that as expected. But I think like 38 off these wick tops right here. Looks really good. And the body's off 25. So a couple different reload areas that we are going to try to be ready for. TMC really looks like it wants to maybe give a break. Stony, oh wait a minute, Stony up here. Might as well respect the level and just take a piece off of Stony. Just a little bit of size, doesn't have to be much. We are glad to take a piece off there. DLO, I was hoping that we were gonna run across the whole board and just take a piece off everything. Not quite, not quite. Now 140s, let's see if we got that print on TMC. TMC looks like it does want to go. TMC, we did get a 140 print. Ring the register on TMC. Let's adjust the title. And we're going to take off Endeavor. That was a no-go. Is Sprouts still holding us in? Nope, Sprouts is done. HLF still kind of holding. We can leave that on there. DLO. TMC. Stony is on there. Hold on. I know stuff's going crazy. Let's update that. And that's what we're working with. TMC rejected 40s, so nice to get a print off of 40s. Roadblocks wicking into that level. So we really like this off 42 40s. Stony giving us a move through 60s, maybe getting ready for a break on Stony. TMC 40 top right there. Can this give us a breakout? We like this setup a lot. Increasing volume is definitely there as well. With 4 minutes left, we go from 14 to 20 already. Roadblocks, candle turn green. As it approached those previous highs, candle has turned green. Let's get a refresh. TMC top gainer on the day. We got it. We got a good entry that we like, and we're going to keep nursing it. Stony giving us a move through. Wait a minute. Let's go back over to Stony and take a piece off here. And there's up to 70s. Let's try and get it right here. Might as well take it right there. Where's that print come in at? We got 68 prints, 1368 print on Stony. Let's try and go on the bid or the ask at 75s and see if we can get that as well. And we're going to start trimming this name to the upside. 1375 on the ask. Order is in. Let's try and get that fill. DLO, let's come back over here and see this. Wanted to see this breaking out. Not quite yet. Intel. Intel looks really strong. We could respect up here just for some small size. We haven't taken out anything above 36s, so let's just go ring the register on Intel. Clap it up, guys. Let's take a piece off right there. Taking off another 5%. And ring the register on Intel. Strong name. Couldn't be more happy with the way that's worked. And Roblox, let's go take a look back over at Roblox. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on this candle. Indecision, buying and selling, so that kind of disregards the volume increase. Where's Stony at? It's got to be up there. Stony making the top board now. Top boards that we have. Stony has entered the building. Not the biggest move to the upside, but we are at 1370s and on the ask at 75s. Can we get a breakout here on Stony? Maybe run this up in the 14s. 72s. Can we get 75 print? 75 print. Can we get a 75 print on the ask at 75s? Can I see a 75 print? Wish. This candle is turning green right here. Off of this previous high, we could have tried it off those 810s. Can this pull back into 810s and just show a hold? Let's look at the daily on Wish. We got a fresh positive break. Potential bull flag. Had one pullback candle into the previous highs. Would have been golden entries off 750. And it just barely doesn't fill that gap. So potential trapping of the shorts. But then we get the gap up. Fills the gap beautifully. Wish, not a bad look. It's actually looking pretty good. It's got a neckline break where your breakout's probably at like a filled this gap on the way down. Your previous low down up at 11.14. Doesn't need to just trade sideways for a while. This is the first time we've gotten a positive break. Pretty good setup from current price up to that previous low, 35%. We do think it's possible. TMC doesn't look like it wants to break out just yet. Stony up at 73. Did we get a 75 print? No, we did not. Roblox candle still holding green. No reason to sell it right here. We are looking to maybe buy some more and get a reload in there. Cannot believe we didn't get 85s printed. We had it marked and everything. Had the wick high marked. Ain't that about a B? TMC really building this flat top break was necessary that we respected it if this pulls back into like 34s. And DLO. DLO giving up the ghost a little bit. This is the first real sign of weakness since we've been in this. We like to set up lighter volume on the day. Stony, did that give us that wick up to 75s? No, it did not. Dang you, Stony. But this next candle is. Yep. Come on. TMC coming back in a little bit. Potential reloads off 33s. We had some good prints on it on the way up. What'd we get? We had 38s, 35 halves, 38 halves, 40s, and 33s. Now back in the 35s. Wicking in the 35s. We're just going to adjust this. Try and get this whole move right there. Meeting in with that. 31s. Now just adjusting this top. Looking like that is what we're looking for. Wish would be 6 pennies in the money from our 810 entry. Would be. Keyword. We just didn't pull the trigger on it. DLO. Next candle opening. Gap up a little bit off the trend line. Stony didn't give us that push up. But expecting 1360 to hold very well. Stoney's gonna try. Can Stoney succeed? Roblox kind of giving up the ghost a little bit. You know, this is the area where the support has been. If we wanted to try it, we could. I see Stony up at 75s. Did we get a fill there? Yep, we sure did. That is a fill on Stony. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Might not seem like much, but we'll take 4% on a trade all day of the week, any day of the week. As we have been doing so on TMC, it has been giving us the moves. Can DLO get up to the top of the board? Let's go see if we can find any other plays. See if we see any differences. PayPal looks like it's fairly strong, but right in line. Until we just took a piece off there. West Texas. VHC looks like junk. Not a bad look on MRO, but we already got our position on MRO. Take a look at XLE. XLE, not a half bad chart setup, not the most amount of volume compared to over here. Rig. Looks fairly good. Snapchat continuing a slow churn. We don't have it. TMC wicking into some levels, really truly building this flat top, in my opinion. Roblox has come back in. I think this is the area where we can try a reload on this. It looks bad. I know the red candle looks bad, but we're going to try it here. Now let's try and just reload a small piece. And now that it's below that level, let's see if we can get towards 25s just a little bit closer. 31s, 31s. Let's try it. Alright, we tried it right there. Even though this looks very bad, I understand. But just a small reload, and it could do wonders for us. We're okay. We just want to see it, see if this can hold. TMC coming back in. Stony catching a little resistance. Roblox could just be wicking that high as well. Looking at it though, I think we're going to be okay holding this. We've got plenty of prints on the name, and it was worth it. Would have been nice to have a wick high print that we had identified. Stony gave up 75s. That is completely fine. We got the fill on 75s. DLO holding. And TMC holding well is Coinbase. Nice slow churn. Roblox giving up the ghost a little bit. We still think that this name is going to be fine going into the weekend unless it came right back down into like these levels. But a nice positive break. All we did was reload a little size right there. We're okay holding against us a little bit from our reload, and maybe think about adding more if it were to come into the uptrend. I think it's possible that it could be something like that, but not looking the greatest. All we did was respect that top right there. It might have to come into the uptrend before it needs to make any further move, but TMC is going to take the focus for right now. And Stony looking very good. Nice stair step. We are looking for 1360s to hold. And TMC, we're looking for a breakout. Can TMC give us a breakout? DLO, we've been waiting for a breakout on this name. Roblox looking into some buying off of those previous highs, which is what we were looking for. Roblox continuing the wick into those highs. Coinbase is testing that top right there. And this ASAN, I don't know if you're still here, Kramer, but not a half bad look if they can just continue trading sideways. Wicked into that neckline, so it would have been a golden fill. And a wish, catching a bit off those 10s. DLO still holding sideways. We can go take a look back at charge point. What did we say right off the open? We're looking for 870, these tops. Nothing really much to brag about. Still in a descending channel, but if the clown market gets going again. If the clown market gets going, watch out for that one. Could be early signs of a channel. Yeah, other than that, guys, that's all we really had in store. Looking for a STNE to have some continuation. TMC to eventually break this flat top, hopefully. That would be very cool. We can look back at rig. Rig, nice little stair step. Is this some sort of channel to the upside? Maybe. Intel catching a nice bid. We have a new top gainer on the day. Volume is coming into it. Just filled the gap. I mean, if you want the smoke, here's where the smoke's at. 230 break was legit. You want the smoke. This is the smoke right here. Right through 250s. If you're looking for smoke, this is it. TMC, candle turned green temporarily. There's a close of this candle right there. It gave you the close of the candle. Now this is where your risk is at. This is the red candle testing towards that area. How much red volume is going to be in this candle? No, really the breakout is filled the gap right there, consolidation as soon as it takes out that high. Beautiful look. We're going to start the position right there. We're just going to try it, see if this gives us anything. The only thing that's scary is that it filled that gap on the money, and that's the action that it did. That is the toughest place to take it. And that volume that came in right there is scary. This is scary. A very scary trade right there. That volume is intimidating. Can it hold these tops right here? Fairly decent hold for now. Roblox gave up the ghost a little bit. Can this catch a bid to the upside? 25s are trying to hold right now. Early looks on this candle. STNE caught some resistance. DLO holding flat. That volume is scary. Man, right off of that gap. That is scary. DLO still holding. STNE still holding. TMC 135s. Go briefly look at that. I think we're good with the position we got there. We don't need to try and reload it. We don't need to try and be fancy. Just, we got the entry that we like. Let's see if it can hold. Decent size on the bid. Does it get taken out and we get a flush? I don't know. This was 50 lots on 22s. Trying to hold. Can it hold though? STNE still sitting right around there. DLO still sitting right around there. Roadblocks a little bit out of the money on the roadblocks reload, but we're okay trying to hold that one. Chipped away, chipped through the 22s. We're gonna be ready to exit this one on a green, red engulfing through 10s. Just a wee wick of buying into those previous tops right there. Is that gonna be enough to get some eyes on it? Only thing is that red engulfing is really intimidating. We are gonna get ready. 100 lots on 15. Okay, so a decent size on 15s. If it takes out those 15s, this one could flush on us. Look through, TMC's fine. Roblox is fine, STNE's fine. DLO is fine. This is the lone watcher for right now. And we're trying to get the smoke. With 5 minutes left on this candle, we need this candle to show us a wick. Or I'm not going to have any patience with it. Oh, mic muted? No, mic's good. This next candle could easily just turn green and go up into the 30s. I'm already anticipating that it's going to go south on me just because it filled that gap on the money. But it is wicking into that. And we know we got 100 lots on 15. TMC holding strong. Roadblocks right in that same area. STNE, actually right by roadblocks. And DLO holding strong. We have enough eyes on it. Not the most amount of volume. TMC, Roblox, STNE, DLO, still all looking good. Three minutes left on this candle. Not much volume coming into this in the back half, but the longer it just sits right here, the more people are going to lose their patience with it. We'll give it to 15s. That size on 15, we're going to respect it. Down to 16s, 2 minutes left on this candle. Are the buyers going to come in? We're going to find out here. Two minutes left on this candle. STNE came in to those 60s. That's what it's at right now. Roblox in the 42s. Coinbase looking fairly decent. This is where our attention's at right now. How's that 5-minute look? Not the greatest, but it does have some wicks. $45 seconds left. TMC in the 34s. Let's put an alert on like 32s. Chipped away a couple 20s. It did get through those 20s. Let's see if anything on size stacked at 19s a little bit. 7 lots, not the most, but it's something. 6 lots. 2 lots on 22s to take out now. Bid stacked on 20. 4 of them. So we're up to 22s now. Can we hold? Took out 21s. We got 20s. Let's look at that 5-minute. Yeah, really not that much. Tried wicking into 12s. TMC kind of below that channel now. I don't know, there's not too much more I can do with it. It's either going to go or it's not. Let's go ahead and just stop it at 30s. We'll go 128. We'll go 128. We'll give it that. We've taken some good profits on the name. We're more focused on this one right now. Man, do I dare go to the bathroom? Do I dare go to the bathroom? We'll be right back. And we are back. So kind of built some levels out right here. I will say it wicked into this previous high. We're looking for 17s a hold. We did get a 15 print. We also got, let's just go look over at them. Small size on 28s, 25s, 23s, and 15s. So by no means is this a perfectly played position. I can see STNE trying to hold and wick into the previous high. Wish, kind of just sideways chop. Is there something there? Maybe. Coinbase, same thing. Is there something there? Maybe. Where was the DLO? Where is DLO at? DLO just gave up 90s. Let's go ahead and take a piece off of DLO just in case this wants to go against us a little bit. So let's get a piece taken off there. And SCN wicked into 25s briefly. Only a little bit of size at 26 is the takeout, and TMC waking into that 32s. Is this channel set correctly? I do not know, but if it wants to follow it, we'll try and stick with it as long as we can. And TMC just like that, kind of giving up the ghost. We're giving it to 28. So hopefully that can hold. CN, this one did not pan out how I expected. And roadblocks, where are we at with the roadblocks? Right at 42s. We said the uptrend, we could try and respect it. Now, with this nice green move that this has had, let's see what the 30 is looking like. You can see that's where that 42, the 4190 is coming in. So potentially something there. See that 30 minute. It's got some support that it can hold. There's size off 21s. Yeah, we're just gonna cut that one. There was a lot of size that came in the 21s right there. Somebody's looking to get out, so we're gonna just get out of it. And you know, who knows? Yep, and that's why always keep an eye on that. We got 14s filled, so not the best trade. Honestly, that could have been where we wanted to get in at, but there's not really any levels there. So that could turn up, but we're gonna move on. And this TMC looks like is gonna be what we're looking for. I don't know why I keep clicking on that ticker. Phase? Nothing. Reg holding fairly alright. We'll see if that holds. FVRR. Nice channel. Invex of all the trades, I didn't want to see red to green. Invex never gave us the pullback in. Well, other than that, guys, that's all. Oh, look at this. See, this one is gonna go just a wee bit early. Look at that candle. It's always tough to tell. It's always tough to tell. Pretty good look. If it can get a green engulfing candle through like 30s, it would be pretty good, but I already tried it and failed, so we're gonna leave it at that, and we're gonna move on. Stoney's still looking pretty good. We did get a 75 print. We could think about a reload off of 60 if we wanted to. Wish coming into this 810 level again. Not a half bad candle. That could catch a bid to end the day. Filled that gap. And oil is continuing that strong move. Broke that descending channel yesterday. I mean, oil looks pretty good to me. Getting close to that positive break. Can it mean anything when it does that? Roadblocks right at a 42. Say the 30-minute chart says it best. Why didn't it catch a bid at 42.30? Yeah, tough to say. We're okay holding that name. We think it's going to be a winner. Looks pretty identical, except for it actually wicks into the tops. Where this one doesn't really have a top. Stony gave up the first level. DLO surprisingly still holding. That Coinbase trade, just a nice slow churn. But alright guys, that's going to call it for a live stream for me today. I got to get some food. I'm starving. And we'll see you on the next one, probably on Monday. So I hope everyone has a good rest of the week. And we'll